Bagong plancha. Sino ba na to bagong plancha ng The 45th session of the Senate, the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Today we will be led in prayer by a distinguished colleague from Davao and Bohol, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. If I touch even his garments, I will be made well. Lord Jesus, into this gospel, we read about the woman who was suffering from a hemorrhage for 12 years. Marami na siyang doktor na pinuntahan, ngunit walang nakakapagpagaling sa kanya. When she found out that you were in the crowd, Lord, she came up behind you, holding on to the faith that if she could just touch your clothes, she would be healed. And true enough, you said to her, "Daughter, your faith has made you well. Go in peace and be healed of your disease." Before you, Lord, stands a weeping, suffering nation. There are accusations hurled from all directions, lies being peddled, promises of progress being dangled in front of us. And in the middle of it all, caught in the crossfire, is the Filipino people, confused, angry, but really simply desperate to survive. And in the face of that need to survive, the temptation to give in to the easy way out will be great. The Senate, especially this Senate, is strong. These 24 individuals can very well take a beating, Lord. We can take the bashing, the animosity. We can even bear the weight of being called self-preserving. Hindi na namin alintana ang mga magsasabing sabik lamang kaming manatili sa mga posisyong kinalalagyan namin ngayon. But what we cannot bear, Lord, is to see that our people and our future are being held hostage for the sake of the political ambitions of a few. Hindi namin kayang tiisin, hindi namin kayang magbulag-bulagan lamang. As duly elected public servants, we know full well in our minds and hearts that we have a duty to safeguard the dignity and rights of every Filipino. And if that dignity, if those rights are being threatened, then yes, we are more than ready and willing to fight for them. Even at the risk of misunderstanding, even at the expense of a favorable public opinion. You have assured us that no weapon formed against us shall prosper, that we will refute every tongue that accuses us, because our vindication is from you. And this is why we shall persist and endure, Lord. Like the woman in the gospel, we seek only you in this noisy crowd. At a time when we are beset with uncertainty, we continue to trust that in your own good and perfect time, there will be healing. We hold fast to a simple, childlike faith that knows, if we can touch even your garments, all will be made well. Fill us with your peace, Lord Jesus, the kind that the world cannot give. Amen. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Wala. With 20 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we continue, may I just be allowed, Mr. President, to acknowledge some guests from the gallery. We have with us guests of Senator Estrada, this representation in the Senate, our good friend, former colleague, Governor Oyi Umali from Nueva Ecija, Board Member Jose Dizon, and Board Member Sani Carino. You also have with us, Mr. President, guests of this representation, Mayor Adrian Davoco of Basud, Camarines Norte, guests of Senator Ejercito, Vice Mayor's League of Batangas, led by Vice Mayor J. Ilagan, local officials of Taal, Batangas, headed by Vice Mayor Michael Villano, guests of Senator Gatchalian, Councilor Marlo San Andres, and the Liga ng mga Barangay, Valenzuela City Chapter, and guests of the Senate, Mayor Catalina Cabrera, and local officials of Sasmuan, Pampanga.
Yes, welcome to your Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, mabuhay po kayo. I'd just like to correct the number of senators. It's 21. I saw Senator Cheese enter the room just as we were going to call for the number. So please show the records that he's not late. It's 21 senators present.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we defer the approval of the journal of the 44th session Tuesday, January 30, 2024 at a later hour.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We'd like to recognize really quickly, Majority Leader, your twin is raising his hand. The
Yes,
gentleman
Mr.
from
President,
Valenzuela.
may we recognize the gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Win Gatchalian.
Mr. President, una-una binabati ko po yung ating mga newly elected barangay officials ng Valenzuela City. Sila po yung kasama ho natin, mga kakampi ho ng Senado sa paglaban po ng People's Initiative sa Valenzuela. No, kaya po yung dalawang distrito ho ng Valenzuela, wala pong naisubmit na mga signatures dahil ito pong mga punong barangays ho natin, ang kasama ho natin na kumontra dahil hindi ho sila naniniwala sa pag-alis po ng check and balance ng ating sistema. Higit sa lahat, hindi ho sila nasilaw sa mga pinapamigay na mga pera at iba't ibang mga pangako. So, binabati ko po ang ating mga punong barangays ng Valenzuela at maraming salamat sa inyong tulong sa Senado at sa ating bansa.
Yes, maraming salamat po sa mga barangay chairpersons at officials ng Valenzuela City. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. I salute all of you. Saludo po kami, ang Senado sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay kayo. Thank you, Senator Gatchalian.
Mr. President, before we proceed to the reference of business, Senator Francis Tolentino is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the great province of Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, yesterday, this chamber adopted resolution number 916, amending the rules of this chamber, Mr. President. If it may please, this chamber, Mr. President, this representation would like to have a statement manifestation of support for the amendment of Section 42, Rule 14 of the Rules of the Senate, and that it be adopted and inserted in its entirety, Mr. President, for purposes of historical records of this chamber, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes. Senator Escudero is recognized.
Mr. President, for the record, the proposed amendments to our rules was the brainchild, if I may say that, and suggestion emanating from the distinguished senator from Tagaytay and Cavite. And his explanation should be considered for the record as the intent behind the amendments we passed yesterday. And may I ask, Mr. President, Your Honor, that the insertion not only be inserted into the records of the Senate, but for the entire explanation that he wants to be inserted, be included in the journal of the Senate. I so move in conjunction with this motion, Mr. President.
We join the distinguished gentleman from Sorsogon and Cavite with their motion, Mr. President.
Yep,
So
there being no objection, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to proceed with the reference of business.
Committee report number 189 by the Committee on Ways and Means on Senate number 2528 with Senators Cayetano P. and Gatchalian as authors. An act amending sections 105, 108, 109, 110, 113, 114, 115, and 236, and adding new sections 108A and 108B of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 250, taking into consideration House number 4122, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
For the calendar of ordinary business.
Resolution, proposed Senate Resolution 921, directing the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs to conduct an inquiry into the alleged relentless harassment by law enforcement units towards the PERIA operators and workers, with the end in view of recommending legislative measures that would ensure the promotion and safeguarding the rights and dignity of the PERIA industry, by Senator De La Rosa.
The Committees on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs and Games and Amusements. Majority. Session suspended. We just asked the Secretary for a clean copy of the PNP reform measure before we talk.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2449. This is the bill on the organizational reforms in the Philippine National Police. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of individual amendments, and with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of January 30, 2024 as our working draft. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, the distinguished gentleman from Bohol and Davao, our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Public Order, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, for his individual amendments.
Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader. Mr. President, on page 15, line 27, insert a new paragraph that reads, in coordination with the Department of Foreign Affairs, there shall be police attachés occupying the position of police officer and diplomat with the rank of police colonel, who shall represent the PNP and the DILG before police and law enforcement agencies in foreign jurisdictions, including but not limited to the United States of America, China, France, Indonesia, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Thailand, provided that the police attaché in Washington, District of Columbia, United States of America, shall have the rank of Police Brigadier General, provided further that police attachés shall have a maximum term of 3 years per post. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, the next two amendments are from our esteemed Senate President pro tempore, Senator Loren Ligarda. On page 24, line 29, after the word management, insert the phrase and cybersecurity. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 25, line 2, after the period, insert the sentence that reads, it shall also be responsible for the establishment, maintenance, and upgrading of internal cybersecurity measures of the PNP. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 32, line 12, the word operations, insert the following, with the rank of Police Colonel, Deputy Director for Forensic Research and Development, who is a non-uniform personnel with at least salary grade 25. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 36, line 1, delete the word compulsorily. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 40, line 11, before the word director, insert the word provincial. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
On, I missed one amendment, Mr. President. On page 32, line 13, delete the word booth. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Ano yan? Both? Is it both or booth? Both. Both. Okay. Ay, Bisaya.
Bisaya na both.
Bisaya, mag-good muna.
Both.
Nangutan ako ba? Nangutan ako. I had to ask. Was that
There are three, Mr. President. Both, both, tsaka both.
What's the difference, Mr. President?
No, I
Only the
understood
spelling.
you. I
Only the
understood
spelling.
you. Ace people are
Only the
Tagalog.
spelling.
They didn't understand you. I understood.
Senator Angara is saying if it sails. If it sails, the boat. The boat
Okay.
sails.
Let's proceed. Okay.
President may just ask for a minute suspension.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. President, at this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the privileged speech and recognize our distinguished colleague, Mr. President, I'm sorry. Before we do that, may I just move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2449. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
This juncture, Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the privileged speech and recognize the distinguished gentleman from Isabela and Davao, no other than our idol, Senator Raffy Tulfo, to deliver his privileged speech.
Our
So moved,
distinguished
Mr. President.
colleague, Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Gusto ko po ihain sa inyo ngayong araw na ito ang spaghetti. Hindi po ito yung spaghetti na ikinakain natin sa handaan o yung kantang spaghetti. Sa halip, ito pong spaghetti na ito ay matuturing kong panganib at perwisyo sa ating mga kababayan. I present to you spaghetti wires and cables. My staff went around the metro to take photos of these entangled and voluminous wires and cables, and it was very easy to find them. Alam ko, pamilyar po tayong lahat sa mga ito. Ang sakit po sa mga mata. My attention was recently called regarding these spaghetti wires when several complainants came to my program last Friday because they got into an accident due to some hanging wires along EDSA. Panoorin po natin. Mr. President,
Dito nakakable ng kawad po.
Oh, kaya may ano ka sa liig,
Opo, sir.
bandage.
Kaya po yung time na yun, sir, binitawan ko na po yung motor ko, hindi ko na po alam kung anong nangyari sa amin. Sa gitna po ng kalsada, sir. Buti lang po yung mga ibang motorcycle rider na tumulong sa amin. Kasi kung may kasunod pong nangyari sa amin pagkatumba, baka nasagasaan na po kami noon.
Pati si ma'am.
Opo.
Ang ulo ko,
Sa
sir,
ma'am,
ang
kayo po.
tumama. Tapos yung ipin ko.
We already contacted Philippine Global Communications Incorporated through their customer service representative po. We inform po na mayroon pong ganong insidente nangyari, and also we emailed the police report po.
Ano pong sagot nila, Corporal?
Ang sabi po nung nakausap natin na si Mika po ay na-forward na daw po nila yung police report doon po sa kanilang legal.
Kausapin ko yung chairman ng MMDA. Of course, responsable ng may-ari ng kable. Pero dapat bilang sila yung namamahala niya sa mga kalye, sa EDSA, yung MMDA dapat nakita nila na may mga nakabalanda na kable, tinawagan nila yung Philippine Global para ipaayos.
Sir, maidagdag ko lamang po. Nung gabi po na yun, 4 na sunod-sunod po yung nadisgrasya. 4 po. Maliban pa po sa kanila, may mga nauna po. Opo, siya po yung isa sa mga biktima. Bali, 12 midnight po. Alas 1:30 po ng umaga. At meron pa rin pong nabasagan po ng windshield.
Mr. President, 4 incidents involving just that particular area in EDSA, and yet, kinailangan pa po nila pumunta sa aking programa para magsumbong. Ito pong mga taga-Philippine Global Communications Incorporated na nagmamay-ari ng mga kabling yan nung nalapitan po ng mga naberya nila. Ano ang mga sinabi? Magsumiti raw ng pictures at video para ma-refer sa kanilang legal at pag-aaralan. Pagkatapos po noon, aming tinawagan ng MMDA. Ang sagot lang sa amin ng magaling na MMDA, hindi daw nila jurisdiction yung nangyari. Kawawang mga nila lang. Mga walang malay na naghanap buhay lang at namamalengke sana ay muntik pang mabawian ng buhay. At ito mga may kasalanang walang urgency at malasakit sa mga tao. Ibabato pa sa legal. At ang MMDA na sana ay ang sangay ng gobyerno na maaaring nakagawa ng paraan upang mapigilan ang mga aksidente sa pamamagitan ng pagtawag ng atensyon nitong Philippine Global Communications ay umiiwas sa kanilang responsibilidad. Dahil sa pangyayaring ito, aking pong pinatingnan ang estado ng mga kable sa ating mga kapaligiran. Mr. President, just last August 2023, dahil sa mga nag-ipon-ipon na kable sa mga poste ng kuryente sa Binondo, sa tabi mismo ng Binondo Church, 4 na posteng bumagsak dahil sa bigat. Nabagsakan po ang ilang mga sasakyan. Naputol ang kuryente at ibang telco services. Kasamang internet doon sa area na yon. Pagkatapos po, sinara ang kalye upang maayos ang mga bumagsak na poste kaya nagdulot ng traffic. Mr. President, ito po mga spaghetti wires ang nagdudulot ng napakaraming problema para sa ating bayan. Number 1, just like in the case that was brought to me, it is a risk to life and limb. It poses real danger to our citizens. Ito lang po is enough to make this matter a national concern. It could also be a cause of terrible traffic. Kapag ito pong mga kable at mga poste bumagsak, ito po ay magdudulot ng matinding traffic. Number 3, damage to property. Just like the one in Binondo, it fell on cars parked along the street. If these wires are not maintained well, it is known to cause fire as well. Number 4, damage to heritage sites. Kung magagawi po tayo sa Intramuros, madami din pong mga ganitong spaghetti wires. And if these wires damage the properties there, hindi po madaling mag-restore ng mga lugar na luma na at kung masunog halos, imposible na maibalik ito sa dati. Number 5, it is an eyesore. As mentioned earlier, tourists who visit Intramuros see how these lines hamper the beautiful sights there. Ang sakit po sa mata ng mga spaghetti wires na ito. And number 6, interrupted in electricity and telecommunications. Just like what happened in Binondo when it fell, businesses, including banks, lost their internet. What if hospitals are affected and they experience brownouts for a long period of time, especially in the middle of a surgery? Mahirap po yung ganong klaseng sitwasyon. All these possible impending danger and negative effects could be prevented if people who are responsible would just stop looking the other way and pretend that these wires do not exist. Mr. President, bakit nga ba nagkakaganito ang mga wires at kable natin? It seems that these wires are mostly from utility companies such as telecommunication, internet providers, and electricity distributors. These companies apply for permits to install these structures and attach these cables, but there seems to be nobody actively regulating them. Nobody is monitoring them, in short. Once a wire is no longer in use, they shall leave it there. And new utility providers just keep on adding and adding and adding more wires. Some would give an excuse that they cannot just remove the useless and abandoned wires because hindi naman daw sa kanila yun. So nagmumukha pong tambakan ang mga poste natin na mga kable na nagkakabulbol at wala nang pakinabang. Tapos, minsan pa po, ginagawa pa nila yung storage facility para madali silang mag-ayos. May ilang nag-iwan ng mga rolyo ng kable para kung may ayusin, nandun agad. Extra cables. Mr. President, who issues the permit for this construction and installation? We have the building officials issuing building permits. These are supposed to go to the city engineering office. But how come it is as if after submitting the requirements, these companies have a free hand already in whatever they hang in these poles? There should be a continuous monitoring so that the permits could be lifted when they are not compliant. Ito pong Philippine Global Communications Incorporated ay dapat ma-review ang kanilang permit to operate. They are not doing their job properly. And who knows, ilang pang mga kable nila ang nagdudulot sa mga perwisyo sa tao. Mr. President, In the case that happened to the complainants that approached me, there is a clear lack of accountability on the telcos and the government regulating agencies. We have to determine whose liability this is. LGU ba? DPWH? Or the telcos, all electric distribution companies? There should be more national direction regarding these concerns. There are individuals' actions in some areas. For example, in Davao, they already installed their cables underground. Matagal na po ito pinopropose ni Architect Palafox. What is stopping us from implementing this? And while this is pending, there are some LGUs like in Cebu and Valenzuela that did a clearing drive in their area of these cables. In Pasig, they have an ordinance holding telcos and electric companies liable for failure to clear these lines. Maybe we could explore these options so that these spaghetti wires could finally be resolved and no more life could be put at risk. I believe that the Committee on Public Works, under the chairmanship of Senator Bong Revilla, could ably address this. And as chairman of the Committee on Energy, I will take the cudgels against the electric distribution companies. If there are adjustments that we need to make in our laws and put the responsibility on those businesses making use of these posts and cables, I know we can work on these together. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Senator Rafi Tulfo. Session suspended.
Leader Senator Coco Pimentel would like to seek the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Pimentel, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Una sa lahat, allow me to congratulate our colleague, Senator Rafi Tulfo, for bringing this to our attention. Matagal ng problema ito at parati natin ito nakikita and we're just maybe taking it for granted. Lalo na ngayon, meron ng mga aksidenteng 4 sa isang lugar. I hope wala po namatay, Senator Tulfo, doon sa insidente.
Fortunately, wala pa po.
Okay. Ito po, Mr. President, na meron akong bisita a few months ago, pinsan ko na based in the US. Dala niya yung kanyang 13-year-old son. Ang sabi niya sa akin, look at the black spaghetti. Sabi ko, ano yun? What is that black spaghetti? Yung term black spaghetti. The wires. Napansin ng batang laki sa Amerika na yung mga wires nga natin, buhol-buhol at nakikita niya na nagsanga-sanga, buhol-buhol, siguro walang order. Kaya ang napatawag ay black spaghetti. Ngayon, if they lead to vehicular accidents already, Mr. President, posible bang fire hazards din po ito, Mr. President? Mako-consider di ba natin mga fire hazards din ito?
Mr. President, that is precisely right. Marami na pong mga incidents in the past, yung mga kable na kabulbul sa kalye, nag-cause po ng accident like fire. May mga bahay na nasunog at meron na po mga na-electrocute, but not on this particular case that,
Yes,
that I did my privileged speech on. Marami na po. You're correct, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, siguro matanong lang natin sa ating speaker, sa research po niya on the subject matter, masasabi na ba niyang alam na natin sino dapat ang in charge dito para ayusin itong so-called black spaghetti, Mr. President?
Mr. President, thank you very much for that question. Yeah, as a matter of fact, naka-encounter po kami ng tinatawag nating pagpapasapasahan because when we called the MMDA, because itong problema ito ay sa kalye sa Quezon City, na dapat responsibilidad ng MMDA because meron tayong batas ng MMDA ang nagme-make sure na yung safety ng mga motorista. But the MMDA said, it's not our jurisdiction. Nagugas kamay po sila at itinuro po nila doon sa telco. Actually, Mr. President, wala pa tayong clear na, excuse me, na batas para sabihin who should be responsible dito sa mga spaghetti na nagiging salod yan sa mga kalye. Ito ho ba ay telco in the case kung ito'y from telecommunication companies? Ito ba ay yung engineering office ng city na kung saan nandun yung spaghetti na wires? Ito ba ay MMDA or DPWH? Wala pa po eh. That's why sana po pag nagkaroon tayo ng hearing tungkol dito, we have to come up with something where meron tayong i-delegate na isang agency na would take the lead and be responsible sa mga problemang ito. Para kung may nangyari, sila pong sisin at wala ng iba pa.
Tama po, importante. Nagawa ko rin yung comment na yun sa isang hearing ni Senator Risa Ontiveros na napansin ko nga rito sa Pilipinas yung if we seem not to, it seems like it's a practice not to pinpoint the ultimate person or agency or entity responsible for a certain act. Kaya if we do not do that, nangyari, turuan. Nagtuturuan. So, I hope na pag na-hear na po itong subject matter na ito, ang resulta talaga natin, we can come up with a clear policy na sana ang resulta ay hindi shared power. Pag shared power, patay, wala na naman mangyari. Parang interagency na naman po yan na mga shared power. We must have, we must lodge the responsibility to a very specific agency, entity, or person, Mr. President.
I agree with you, Mr. President. To give an example, this was a few months ago, meron po na aksidente na isang bata sa isang probinsya. He got electrocuted dahil yung wire, umuulan po yun, nakalawit-lawit sa may kalsada, namatay po siya. Ngayon, hindi po inaako nung may-ari ng electric company kasi sabi niya, dapat daw yung LGU, dapat daw monitor ng LGU na may sakop ng lugar. Sabi naman LGU, hindi naman kami dapat yan, dapat yung police kasi naisumbong na raw yan. So lahat silang tuturuan.
Tuturuan, opo. Sige po, kung nangyari sa Amerika to, I think yung aggrieved party would have sued the local government. Ganun na mangyari. So, dito, although of course the local governments can be sued, dito yata ang local government ng Taal, Taal Batangas, tanungan natin kung tama ba yung theory ko. The local government can be sued. And unfortunately, kung manalo yata ng monetary claim yung plaintiff, yung execution ng problema, paano naman niya ma-execute? So maybe we can also look at that concept, Mr. President, the suability of our local government units and other government agencies. But we have to provide also now the mechanism na yung mananalo sa kaso ay hindi Pyrrhic victory ito. Dapat may actual makukuha siya from the government agency na kinasuhan niya.
I agree with you, Mr. President. The difference between other countries like the US, Western countries, and the Philippines, doon kasi pag may mga pabayaan ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno or even companies for that matter, pwede mademanda. That's why these companies, meron sila palaging insurance na binibili, liability insurance. Dito sa atin, hindi mo pwede. You cannot sue the city government. You cannot sue the barangay. You cannot sue the utility companies or any agency for that matter. Ang gagawin nila nito mga naagrabyado, it's either magsumbong sa akin or magmakaawa na sana sila kaawaan at sila bibigyan ng compensation. Unlike sa other countries na pwede nila idemanda kung sino karapat-dapat imanda and then in the end, nananalo sila, bibigyan sila malaking compensation. That's why nag-iingat po ang marami sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno at iba pa yung mga ahensya doon sa ibang bansa.
Sa ibang bansa, opo. That's why ang instruction ko nga sa staff ko, aralin yung the suitability of the government agencies, and then pag manalo, how will the monetary award be satisfied? Yun po. Kasi dito, ang alam ko, papadaan mo pa sa COA, pa-approve mo sa COA. In case of the national government, daan mo pa sa COA, and then palagay mo pa sa GAA. Ganun po kabusisi. So we have to find a way na to make it efficient, more efficient, this judicial courts. Hopefully hindi na dumating doon, pero dapat parating may recourse to judicial processes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, kung pwede ko lang maidugtong itong another case ito, pero medyo similar. That's why I'm passing a bill na kung saan i-require ko po lahat ng mga kontraktor na bago silang magbungkal ng lupa o umpisahan yung project na nakuha na sa DPWH, they should buy an insurance for that particular project. Kasi sa ngayon, ang dami ko na pong mga kaso na nakatiwangwang lang yung mga proyekto nila, naging pabaya sila, may mga nasugatan, namatay pa. And yet, walang pambayad yung contractor. So ang nangyayari po, yung mga biktima o pamilya ng biktima, kulang na lang po lumuhod doon sa contractor. And kuminsan yung contractor, tatalikod, kuminsan suplado pa, hagisan na po ng barya, tama niya, yun lang kaya namin. Pero kung ni-require mga ito na magkaroon ng insurance, then the insurance will take over kung sakali man may nangyari. In this way, later, itong insurance company, iba-blacklist itong mga pabaya na mga kontraktor, tataas ng kanilang premium, magpapakatino na po sila ang maging result.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sana nga sa hearing lumabas po ng lahat ng ideas na ito at natin talagang maging enforceable. Siguro, Mr. President, di ba yung black spaghetti, so ang isang remedy doon, i-rationalize yung use, ng shared use ng mga poles, no? And then, may nabanggit po yung ating speaker na si Architect Palafox. Ano ba yung suggestion niya? Underground, pero meron na ba tayong idea? Ano ba yan? Is it more expensive to bury the wires underground than to let them hang over poles, Mr. President?
So umpisa pa lang kasi hindi pa ho talaga nakasetup. Well, of course, gagastos po tayo, Mr. President. Medyo may kamahalan yan, pero pag tumagal-tagal na, nagawa natin, nagkaroon ng proper setup, mas makamura at mas safe pa, Mr. President.
Okay. So mukhang mas safe nga kasi, well, less of sa fire hazard na lang. Less of a fire hazard na siguro yun. And then, of course, yung mga aksidente na tatamaan sa leeg yung ating mga riders. So with that, Mr. President, let me congratulate again our Speaker, Senator Raffy Tulfo, for bringing this before our attention, Mr. President. Kailangan natin tugunan itong mga ganitong problema na pang everyday na encounter, and before they cost lives. Although I'm sure these have cost lives. Salamat na lang sa examples ng ating speaker. Hindi nag-cost ng lives pero severe injuries din iba ron, and of course the trauma that's a near-death experience, Mr. President. So thank you for bringing this to our attention, Senator Raffy Tulfo. Thank you.
Thank you. Sana pwede ko rin maidagdag kung mag-hearing po kayo, Senator Raffy, yung mga poste sa kalsada na hindi pa nila tinatanggal. Bago na yung sementado na yung daan, may poste sa gitna dahil wala daw budget ang kooperatiba para mailipat nyo sa shoulder ng kalsada. So it's actually a major road hazard. Talagang nabubunggo yan ng mga tao, motor, tao. Pag sa probinsya, Sir Raffy, makikita mo yan. Maraming, alam din ni Senator Sherwin yan, nagkaroon na yata ng hearing sa dati dyan about that issue of poles, electricity poles na nasa gitna ng kalsada dahil hindi naililipat ng electric cooperatives.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, with that, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Tulfo and the interpellations thereon to the Committee on Public Works and the Committee on Energy. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2492 under Committee Report number 172. This is the bill on the Philippine Maritime Zones Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of interpellations and debate, and with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor of the measure, the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino, and to continue with this interpellation, our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel III.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino, is recognized, and to interpolate the distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, and this will be a continuation of my previous interpellation, which was conducted through by online means, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Yesterday, Mr. President, Senator Padilla, Robin Hood Padilla, raised the issue of a claim over land territory and why isn't the maritime entitlements of that claimed land territory belonging to the Philippines not expressly mentioned in the bill, Mr. President. And if I understand correctly, the answer for sponsor is because this is about waters and not about land, Mr. President. So specifically, what maritime zones are we expressly mentioning and claiming in this bill, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, to recapitulate what this representation mentioned yesterday, the Maritime Zone Law is specifically based on the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and UNCLOS being the main basis under international law of our own version of maritime law, will not involve itself or settle any territorial or sovereignty disputes between states. Our maritime zone law, as asked by the minority leader, would only involve our waters, and I'm referring to the territorial sea, the contiguous zone, the archipelagic waters, as well as the exclusive economic zone. So the matter of our claim over Sabah is not, I repeat, I underscore, is not part of the Maritime Zone Law, because the Maritime Zone Law refers only to waters, not land, not territory. So the settlement of the same would involve another regime. And as a landmass itself, Sabah or North Borneo will have its own outward, seaward maritime zones. It will have its own baseline, it will have its own territorial sea, it will have its own contiguous zone, as well as an exclusive economic zone utilizing a normal baseline. If I can place this here first, Mr. President. So this map, Mr. President, would show that as I explained yesterday, this map would show the archipelagic baseline of the Philippines, which is based on the archipelagic doctrine, while Sabah will have its own normal baseline. So I think that was the, if I can recall, that was the exact wording I mentioned yesterday, Mr. President.
Yeah, please. Yes, please. The Senate President will approach the exhibit. Yes.
Let the record state that the Senate President is approaching the exhibit being shown by this representation.
May I ask if that is a painting done by our sponsor, Mr. President?
No, this is not a painting. This is a computer-generated map of the
Because
Philippines. Yes.
it's a nice image, Mr. President. So the
The
sponsor.
records will show that the Senate President appreciated the exhibit shown by this representation.
The sponsor, Mr. President, has mentioned the baselines, and actually he pointed to the baselines. The baselines are provided and governed by another law, Mr. President.
Correct, Mr. President. We have a baseline law approved by the Congress, and the meets and bounds starting from the north, and I'm referring to Yami Island, and our baselines law would show the exact longitude, latitude, etc., to specify the archipelagic baselines, and the archipelagic baselines law would just encompass Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So that's why if I will relate that to my previous statement yesterday, it will not encompass Sabah because Republic Act 9522, the Philippine baselines law, is just limited to this archipelagic waters as contained in 9522.
Because,
And as
Mr.
affirmed by Magallona versus Executive Secretary.
Because RA 9522 is meant to be not merely a baselines law, but an archipelagic baselines law. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Correct, Mr. President, because it has to be differentiated with ordinary baselines,
Right.
the normal baseline. This is and there are only 22
why-
countries, Mr. President.
Yeah.
with-
Which can claim to be archipelagos, Mr. President?
Correct, Mr.
22?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do we have the list, Mr. President?
I have a
So pwede natin ibangga, Mr. President, if we want to research on the laws. I know, of course, Indonesia is one, and the
Yes,
Philippines,
Papua New Guinea.
Papua New Guinea,
I think that it must have been
yes. Yes,
covered by some of the
Okay,
documents.
sige lang,
here.
Mr. President. But at least we know there are 22.
Yes.
But can we get the general definition of what an archipelago is, Mr. President? Para makita natin na the Philippines is indeed an archipelago.
Yes, an archipelago, Mr. President, pursuant to Article 47 of UNCLOS, is the drawing of straight archipelagic baselines by joining the outermost points of the outermost islands and drying reefs of the archipelago, provided that such baselines are included within the main islands, and I refer to Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and an area in which the ratio of the area of the water to the land, including the atolls, is between 1:1 and 9:1. And the length of the baselines shall not exceed 100 nautical miles, except, this is gonna be technical, except that up to 3% of the total number of the baselines enclosing any archipelago may exceed that length up to a maximum length of 25 nautical miles. So the general rule is that the drawing of the baseline shall not depart to any appreciable extent from the general configuration of the archipelago. The archipelago here is now the Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Anything within the archipelagic baselines would form part of the archipelagic waters of the Philippines. So the archipelagic waters would be akin to the territorial waters of any country signatory to the Law of the Sea Convention, Mr. President. So this is a product, Mr. President, of the Philippines intervention during the 3 UNCLOS, and Senator Arturo Tolentino was one of the main architects of the archipelagic theory, Mr. President.
So the archipelagic baselines, Mr. President, are not maritime zones.
The archipelagic baselines are considered as maritime zones, Mr. President, because when you speak of maritime zones, you talk of territorial sea, internal waters, and the baselines would be the starting point of our territorial sea, contiguous zone, the 24 nautical miles, the 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zone. So the archipelagic baseline would mean that anything within the baselines would form part, as I've said, would form part of our archipelagic waters. These are our territorial waters wherein we have complete sovereign jurisdiction, Mr. President.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. President, because Section 2 of our bill, paragraph 1, enumerates the maritime zones. Archipelagic baselines are not maritime zones, Mr. President, but from what I get from our sponsor, we need to discuss them because they determine some of the maritime zones. Not all, but some, because some are landward, some are also outward, Mr. President.
Correct, Mr. President. If you recall the previous picture I showed, yung sabi niyo pa nga, Mr. President, drawing ko, that would, if I can get it back, nandun po sa...
Sige po.
Everything within would be considered internal. So archipelagic baselines would be our starting point as we draw seaward. If we draw inwards, that will be our internal waters, Mr. President.
And also archipelagic waters, Mr. President.
Yes.
Landward, yes.
Yes. And that will include the
so
bays, the rivers, etc.
that's why I'm worried, Mr. President. Section 3 of the bill, page 2, line 1, Section 3 baselines. We are not changing the laws governing our archipelagic baselines, Mr. President. We do not even intend to touch it, right, Mr. President? So why is it needed to restate it, Mr. President, in our bill?
It is needed, Mr. President, because we will be, for the first time, under this measure, we will be claiming our contiguous zone. We will be claiming the extent of our contiguous zone, which was mentioned in another law, but we have yet to claim it. Although we are entitled to our contiguous zone, we have to claim it, Mr. President. So if we do the same, it likewise would follow that the exclusive economic zone would likewise have to be claimed. And the rights attached to both zones would have to be claimed as well. I'm now referring to fishing rights. I'm now referring to the rights over living and non-living elements that can be found in the area, and as well as perhaps clarify what is happening geopolitically in this area of the West Philippine Sea, in terms of our continuing struggle with China, if I'm now to be precise, over the extent of what they are claiming as part of their now 10-dash line. So, Mr. President, we start with the baseline. Thereafter, we claim our entitlements through this law. We exercise law enforcement within our territorial sea. In our contiguous zone, we exercise some rights as a coastal state. Lahat pong ito nagpapatunay na tayo yung coastal state. So that would include migration, fiscal, environmental, sanitary, etc., etc. So, ngayon pa lang natin gagawin to, and it would really show, and it's not just limited, Mr. President, to the West Philippine Sea. Going to the other side, the eastern portion, the eastern seaboard, we're now claiming another area formerly known as the Benham Rice, which is now the Philippine Rice, as part of our territory. So I've said this before, Mr. President, the baselines will be the starting point. And then, to answer your query a while ago, the 22 archipelagic states, if I'll be given permission, Antigua, Bahamas, Cape Verde, Comoros, Dominican Republic, Fiji, Grenada, Indonesia, Jamaica, Maldives, Marshall Islands, Mauritius, Papua New Guinea, the Philippines, St. Vincent and Grenades, Tuvalu, Solomon Islands, among others, Mr. President. So konti lang po tayong merong archipelagic zone, Mr. President. So I hope I have enumerated some. I think I have enumerated 18 or 19.
Sige, Mr. President, ito lang po. So what we've learned from the sponsor, as I understand it, is that although the UNCLOS enumerates maritime zones, this must be claimed by the state or a coastal state, Mr.
Yes.
President. Okay.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you for that insight, Mr. President.
We are duty bound.
So hindi
Okay.
automatic that just because you're a coastal state
Yes.
or you're an archipelago,
Yes.
you define your baselines, that's not enough.
That's not enough,
enough,
Mr. President.
okay.
And this law will likewise be submitted to the UNCLOS Secretariat, to the United Nations, for the other signatories to take notice of that we have such a law, including non-signatories. Non-signatories such as the United States, although they have their own version, which is the United States, even if they're not a signatory to UNCLOS, they have adopted almost all the UNCLOS provisions, starting with the declaration of President Truman to Roosevelt. All of the presidential proclamations are UNCLOS compliant. So it's the same. So the whole global community are recognizing UNCLOS, and adopting this would make us part of that global maritime community, us recognizing their maritime zones law and them recognizing our laws likewise.
Going back to Section 3 on baselines, Mr. President, as written in the bill, are we changing any concept or rule found in RA 9522 as amended, Mr. President?
Wala po, Mr. President.
Ito pong Section 3 may paragraph A, may paragraph B. Are these two paragraphs found in 9522?
9522, Mr. President, is in compliance with UNCLOS. 9522, as affirmed by Magallona versus Executive Secretary, is UNCLOS compliant. So we are just restating all of this, specifically where we have sovereignty, and if I may be allowed, RA 9522 is the first step. And these are all, this would be consistent not just with our constitution, consistent with UNCLOS, and consistent with our national interest. So parang ganito po. Stepping stone, first step is RA 9522. After RA 9522, we make our claims. We're not automatically entitled.
Right.
We project seaward.
Right, right.
And the projection would not just be in terms of geographical boundaries, but would include all the living, non-living, sedimentary, and other political rights we have in the area.
And
So-
economic.
Yes, economic. So all of this would be consistent, as what Magallona was Executive Secretary enunciated, would be consistent with our Constitution and with our national interest. Kung hindi po natin gagawin to, naging signatory lang tayo, naging signatory tayo sa UNCLOS, nagkaroon lang tayo ng boundary, wala naman tayong ginawa. So it will trigger the applications of other diplomatic and international norms. You're not talking of freedom of navigation, laying of submarine cables, harnessing the energy in the seabed, as well as our protracted geopolitical rifts and clashes ongoing right now. So ito po talaga yung simula.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
That's very clear, Mr. President. Actually, my question is, if RA 9522 will not be touched in any way, we are restating it in Section 3 in our bill. I fear that we might inadvertently be restating it. So ang question ko po, for example, Mr. President, ito po bang Section 3A, beginning at line 5 on page 2, which I will read, archipelagic baselines for the Philippine archipelago drawn in accordance with Article 47 of UNCLOS. Is that found in RA 9522?
RA 9522 technically followed Article 47 of UNCLOS. So it's a domestic application of an international law, because 9522 speaks of the metes and bounds. Ito po yung, I think it's in my other notes. Ito po yung eksaktong yung nabanggit ko kanina, yung Yami Island, the coordinates.
Opo.
The coordinates.
Ah.
The coordinates established under 9522 are all in compliance with UNCLOS. So by crafting a maritime zone law, we are just reiterating that the baselines law was in compliance with UNCLOS, and all rights and ramifications of the baselines law, the maritime zones law, are all in compliance with the law of the sea. the international law. Because when we craft a maritime zone law, the implications, Mr. President, would not just be domestic. The international and our foreign policy, Mr. President. So lahat po ito ni-reiterate natin para ipahayag, patunayan na tayo ay sumusunod sa international law. Ang Pilipinas is a good member of the international community at lahat ng ating pinapatupad na batas, gagawing batas, ay sang-ayon sa international law. Sang-ayon sa ating saligang batas at para na rin po sa kapakanan ng ating mamamayan.
Yes, Mr. President. Ang worry ko lang, Mr. President, is economy of expression, economy of words, Mr. President. If we don't intend to touch the baselines law, RA 9522, can we not simply say in Section 3 that the baselines of the Philippines shall be pursuant to Republic Act number 9522, period, Mr. President? Wala na yung A and B. Because akala ko, aminado naman tayo that the baselines that was followed in RA 9522 followed Article 47 of UNCLOS. And how about letter B, Mr. President? Did we follow that also in 9522, that normal or straight baselines as appropriate for all other territories over which the Philippines has sovereignty or jurisdiction drawn in accordance with Article 5, 6, 7, 13, and 21 of UNCLOS?
Perhaps, Mr. President, the normal baseline here, the straight baseline, would perhaps refer to the areas near northern Luzon, Zambales, going to the Ilocos region, wherein there would be no cluster of islands that would implicate the application of the archipelagic baselines definition as I mentioned a while ago. So from this contour, Mr. President, some of normal straight baselines would be applicable here. And the same probably, Mr. President, would be applicable to this area of the Zamboanga Peninsula. The Zamboanga Peninsula would be a big chunk of landmass wherein the normal baseline would be applicable. But for the entirety of the archipelago, the definition of the archipelagic baselines would be applicable. The outermost islands, the tip, the drying reef would be applicable. Both of them,
the length of the
yes,
of the line.
Yes, I mentioned a while ago 25 nautical miles. So both of them would be applicable, Mr. President. Insofar as Republic Act 9522 is concerned. So applicable po sa atin yan kasi hindi naman tayo kalat-kalat lang. May malalaki din tayong island na ito pong side ng Aurora, Isabela would also have its own normal baseline, Mr. President.
But my question, Mr. President, is Section 3B, yung binasa ko, yung normal or straight
Yes.
baselines as appropriate, is that found in RA 9522 or is that a new idea that we are introducing in our bill, Mr. President?
No, it's not a new idea, Mr. President, because that's the normal baseline. That's the definition of a normal baseline. Yung contour po ng lupa yung contour po ng lupa, so yun po yung sinusunod, hindi na yung archipelagic. So yung sa 9522 nakalagay po doon yung kung ilan. We have 5 normal baselines, 6 reefs, 7 straight baselines, 13 low tide elevations, etc. So kasi kakaiba po ang Pilipinas eh. Meron tayong isla na pulupulutong naka-cluster. Meron naman tayong malaking lupa. Itong ang nabanggit ko, itong Northern Luzon, Isabela, Kasiguran, tapos sa sa western side, you have the Zambales, Northern Luzon, Ilocos region na buo, and then the Zamboanga Peninsula. So, but if you look at Palawan, it can have a normal baseline in an area, but once you go to the upper part, may mga islands na po. So you'll be applying the archipelagic baseline designed by UNCLOS, and all of this are encapsulated in our Republic Act 9522.
So in short, Mr. President, Section 3 of our bill does not introduce any new idea. Lahat ito ay already expressed and stated in RA 9522.
So
Is that a fact, Mr. President?
It's a fact, Mr. President,
Okay,
but
so-
in our desire to really claim our maritime entitlements, before we announce to the entire world, we own this, we own this, we own this, we show them that we are applying the United Nations law of the sea, and we are compliant. So all of this are enshrined in the various sections which Section 3B enumerated. Articles 5, 6, 7, 13, and 121. So it's a signal to the world that we are all what we have done. The archipelagic baseline, the Republic Act 9522, which is the starting point, is in compliance. We're not violating anything. We don't have a 10-dash line. We don't have a 9-dash line. All of these are part of a rules-based regime. Sumusunod po ang Pilipinas. Kaya sa simula pa lang, pinapakita natin sa kanila, isasubmit din natin ito, na yung ginawa nating starting point, yung ating archipelagic baselines, ay base po sa napagkasunduan sa law of the sea.
RA 9522 was promulgated in year 2009, Mr. President. So definitely conscious na po tayo dun sa UNCLOS, and familiar na siguro tayo sa principles na UNCLOS, and we followed UNCLOS. So at least we have established this afternoon that Section 3 of the bill on baselines, well, simply cites RA 9522 and does not change any of the concepts there. So parang I get the impression that it's a defensive statement, although no one has really alleged that our 9522 is against sa UNCLOS. Compliant na po yan, 2009 na po yan, 1982 pa yata ang UNCLOS. So our lawmakers with advice from DFA and other technical people would definitely have complied with the UNCLOS, Mr. President. So I'm pointing this out because it might be safer to simply refer to that law, RA 9522, as providing for our baselines or archipelagic baselines. Because as stated by our sponsor, dito tayo mag-uumpisa. Okay, Mr. President.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct, Mr. President.
So thank you. If our sponsor can just take note of that input from this representation, Mr. President.
Duly noted, Mr. President.
And then the maritime zones, Mr. President, that we are taking advantage of, that we have to claim, are found in Section 2, Paragraph 1, and these are 6 possible maritime zones that we are claiming: internal waters, archipelagic waters, territorial sea, contiguous zone, exclusive economic zone, and continental shelf. Yun po yan. So our bill claims at least 6 maritime zones recognized under UNCLOS, Mr. President.
Correct, Mr. President.
Okay, so 6 po. Is there a need for a law, Mr. President, or can an executive proclamation already claim these maritime zones, Mr. President? Kasi sabi niyo po, Mr. President, it all starts with the archipelagic baseline. Meron na tayong batas nun 2009 pa So UNCLOS gives us
Baseline,
the...
the baseline.
Yeah, the baselines, yes. UNCLOS gives us the formula, di ba? Plus 12 nautical mile would be territorial sea. The next 12 nautical miles would be contiguous zone. From baseline to 200 nautical miles would be exclusive economic zone. Maximum of 315 nautical miles from the baseline would be the extent of the continental shelf, I think, Mr. President. So, hindi po ba automatic na yun na can it be done by executive action through a presidential proclamation? Like, I think yung Philippine rice was, lagay ko na lang sa quotation marks for lack of a better word, claimed under proclamation number 489. And the West Philippine Sea, we gave it its name through AO 29, Mr. President. So can what we want to achieve in this bill not be achieved through executive action, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President. No, Mr. President. I think legislation is needed, Mr. President. As admitted by the good minority leader, the starting point is the Archipelagic Baselines Law, Republic Act 9522, and the basis of that is legislation. The Congress enacted 9522, Mr. President. So what I'm saying is this: we will be enforcing laws, Mr. President. We will, as a member of the international community, as signatory to UNCLOS, UNCLOS is now part of the laws of the land. We will be enforcing laws, and other laws will be implicated. I'm now referring to customs laws, fiscal, immigration, sanitary laws within the territorial sea. So the coastal state should have a legislative handle insofar as enforcement, because we're now talking of laws which cannot be amended. Yesterday we've been talking about the Commission on Elections. I'm digressing a bit, trying to attempting to amend through resolutions, Republic Act 6735. So to really have a regime of laws harmonizing international law as well as domestic laws, we should have a mother law that would enable us to firmly claim our maritime entitlements. And I believe, Mr. President, that no single law student, first-year law student, would claim that a mere executive fiat should be allowed, given that we are implementing international law as well as several other laws, environmental law, archaeological laws, etc., etc. And this is really the heart of our sovereignty, Mr. President. The previous, no offense, the previous executive edicts mentioned by the minority leader would refer just to the renaming of the Benham rice to the Philippine rice, the renaming of the portion of South China Sea to the West Philippine Sea. We need legislation. Ulitin ko rin yung mga ginagamit sa ibang batas natin, arguments kahapon. Kung yung paggagawa nga ng pagpapalit ng pangalan ng karsada, kailangan natin ng batas. Hindi na natin pinaubaya lang sa gobernador o sa mayor ang pagpapalit ng pangalan ng isang kalye, umakyat pa sa Kongreso, sa Senado, lalo na ho ito. Ito na ho yung kinabukasan ng Pilipinas. Ito na ho yung pwedeng pagmula ng sigalot. Ito rin yung pwedeng pagmula ng kayamanan. Lalong-lalo na po kung ang pag-uusapan natin, hindi lang yung yaman dagat na isda, kung saan 40%, dito po tinutukoy ko yung sa West Philippine Sea kanina, kung hindi po yung projected energy source na pwedeng kunin, Mr. President. So, yun po, Mr. President, kailangan po natin ng batas.
Yes, sir. Can we look, is that confirmed by state practice, by
Yes.
the state parties to
Yes.
the UNCLOS, and that is their practice, that when they claim the maritime zones recognized
Yes.
under UNCLOS, they do it through legislation?
Correct, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
That's very clear, Mr. President. So that means since earlier we established that these zones are not automatically given to the coastal states, they have to be claimed, and they have to be claimed through law. So this is what we're doing, Mr. President.
Correct, Mr.
Okay.
President.
So thank you for that input, Mr. President. And Mr. President, can we ask for a minute suspension so that we can approach and examine the exhibit of our sponsor, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, this exhibit has nothing to do with my
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measures that we are still in the period of interpellation, may we recognize again the principal sponsor of the measure, Senator Francis Tolentino, and to continue with this interpellation, our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel III.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will just be a continuation of my interpellation, and we'll try to keep it brief, Mr. President, so we can terminate the interpellation and move on, Mr. President. Just an observation, Mr. President, and I hope the sponsor and his team will take note of this. I have noticed that Section 4 on internal waters reads as follows, no? Especially up to paragraph A. The internal waters of the Philippines, as appropriate, shall refer to the following. A. Waters on the landward side of the archipelagic baselines not forming part of archipelagic waters under Section 5 of this Act and delineated in accordance with Article 50 of UNCLOS. That is Section 4A. While Section 5, first paragraph, reads as follows. The heading is archipelagic waters. The archipelagic waters of the Philippines refer to the waters on the landward side of the archipelagic baselines except as provided for under Section 4 of this Act. So I noticed that Section 4 refers to Section 5 and Section 5 refers to Section 4. So I found it very hard, Mr. President, to understand the two paragraphs I have just read, Mr. President. What would be the exception under Section 4 that they are not part of archipelagic waters under Section 5, and yet what would be the archipelagic waters which are accepted under Section 4, Mr. President?
No, it's not confusing. It's confusing, Mr. President, but they complement and supplement each other. Mr. President, when you refer to internal waters, you refer to the bays, the rivers. Effectively, Mr. President, these are all. I'm just getting my
Yes, sir.
exhibit. So, Mr. President, if you look at this, the internal waters here would be going inland, and then the archipelagic archipelagic waters here would also encompass the internal waters here. But there would be a different regime, Mr. President. For instance, in your archipelagic waters, while you have complete sovereign jurisdiction, vessels with permission are allowed. You have. I'm now talking of freedom of navigation, but in internal waters, they're not. Then a naval ship cannot go into Pasig River. A naval ship of the French Navy can pass by the Balintang Channel, Mr. President. So the seemingly confusing terminologies here would be explained by the case of Magallona versus Executive Secretary, wherein the internal waters, pursuant to the Supreme Court decision, are converted into archipelagic waters. That's the exact lingo of the Magallona Executive Secretary case. The waters are converted into archipelagic waters. The Philippines holds sovereignty of the water lying landward of the baselines, which encompass the airspace over it and the submarine areas underneath. Ma-applicable po sa atin yung ang question po dito ngayon, at siguro ang confusion arises kasi 22 lang po yung bansa na merong archipelagic waters. Ano ba yung pagkakaiba ng internal waters, archipelagic waters? I've mentioned a while ago, internal waters are not subject to passage regimes by foreign flag vessels, while archipelagic waters are subject to innocent passage and archipelagic sea lanes, which your committee is trying to craft. Foreign vessels can pass through archipelagic waters to get from one part of the EC to another EC. So as I've shown, examples would be bays, gulfs, mouths of rivers, etc., etc. The Philippines exercises absolute sovereignty over its internal waters and airspace. Ito po sa isang drawing, Mr. President. Dapat pala, dalawa yung ano ko.
Isang.
So, dito po yung internal waters.
Sige po.
So, exclusive. Absolute sovereignty tayo sa internal waters and the airspace over it, as well as the seabed and subsoils. So, yung tanong po nyo, Mr. President, would probably be answered by the notion that there will be several rights triggered. That's why we have to specify clearly the internal waters as well as the archipelagic waters. But in areas, in some states, in some countries without archipelagic waters, halos pareho na po yun. Yung kanilang internal waters, yun na po yun. Siguro, ano ba mga bansa, yung mga pinag-uusapan nung iba nating kasama, yung mga Peru, mga Bolivia. So, iba po yung regime ng archipelagic at internal, but Magallanes, our Executive Secretary, tried to explain all of this, including the reiteration of the doctrine of auto-limitation na pwedeng payagan ng ating bansa na i-reclassify yung dagat na yung mga tubig na nakapaligid, and then segregating internal from archipelagic as an exercise of auto-limitation. This was cited by the Magallanes Vice Executive Secretary case. So siguro matter of style, Mr. President, if the good minority leader can propose, but I believe, Mr. President, that all of this would have to be enunciated clearly, because all of this would be part of the maritime zones which we are trying to pronounce effectively to the entire world that we will have a maritime zone of our own pursuant to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, Mr. President.
So thank you for the response, Mr. President. Actually, I have no problem with internal waters and archipelagic waters as concepts, Mr. President. I believe I understand them. But the problem is we have to make sure that our law is also very clear, because as mentioned by our sponsor, I think a copy of this law will be submitted to some international secretariat, Mr. President. So, itong Section 4 on internal waters, okay, which is clear. As far as I'm concerned, it's clear. The internal waters of the Philippines, as appropriate, shall refer to the following. A, dun lang tayo sa A mag-concentrate. Waters on the landward side of the archipelagic baselines not forming part of archipelagic waters under Section 5 of this Act and delineated in accordance with Article 50 of UNCLOS. So, meaning to say, we start with the archipelagic baselines, papat towards land. If you're not archipelagic water, as defined in Section 5, you must be internal waters. That is clear. But my problem is with Section 5, this describing or defining archipelagic waters. It's phrased this way. The archipelagic waters of the Philippines refer to the waters on the landward side of the archipelagic baselines except as provided for under Section 4 of this Act. So what is that? What is the except as provided for under Section 4 of this Act, Mr. President? That is what I find to be not so clear, Mr. President.
So-
And I worry if we submit this to an international body, Mr. President.
So the normal as I mentioned a while ago, Mr. President, the concept of international waters would mean that they're not subject to passage regimes by foreign flag vessels, etc., etc. So the exception would include the normal definition as your rivers, your bays, your gulfs, which are perhaps as part of the debates, we can refer this to the waters that are really considered municipal waters. Ito na yung mga Cagayan River, Mr. President, Pasig River. So they are. Yan. So yung worry po ng ating kaibigan ay wala pong conflict yon, at indeed yung exception natin ay yung exception natin would prove that the internal waters on the landward side of the baseline, ito po yon, bahagi po siya ng archipelagic waters, pero iba po yung delimitation of the internal waters because you can draw, you can close the lines. Nawala yung drawing ko na.
Ang ibig mo sabihin nito, except as provided for under Section 4 of this Act means except the internal waters? Is that what we're trying to say? That the archipelagic waters of the Philippines refer to the waters on the landward side of the archipelagic baselines, which are not internal waters. Is that what we mean, Mr. President?
Correct. Correct. Because when you say archipelagic waters, ito na po yung nakakadaan yung mga malalaking barko, merong rights of innocent passage, magkakaroon na ng archipelagic sea lanes, Mr. President.
Yes.
Usually
Yes.
yung internal waters, ito yung pwedeng isara yung mouth.
Yes, Mr. President. Yes,
Isara
we know.
yung mouth ng Pasig River, isara yung mouth ng Laguna Dibay.
Over internal waters would be absolute sovereignty, Mr. President.
Correct, Mr.
Over
President.
archipelagic waters, there would be some concessions, Mr. President,
Under
UNCLOS,
international law.
like the obligation to designate an
Sea lanes.
archipelagic sea lane, Mr.
Yes.
President. So yes, we understand that. So I hope the sponsor will just take into consideration
Matter of phraseology.
Yes, Mr. President, because siguro doble ingat tayo rito because of what our sponsor said, that this will be submitted to an international body. So let this be a work of art of the Philippine Congress, Mr. President, na talagang maganda ang batas na ito.
I totally agree.
Yes, Mr. On Section 6, Mr. President, for example, I notice also a definition of territorial sea. When we define the territorial sea, we use also the term territorial sea. Let me show it, Mr. President. Section 6, territorial sea. The territorial sea of the Philippines refers to the adjacent belt of sea measured 12 nautical miles from the baselines of the territorial sea, as provided in Section 3 of this Act, etc. So, Mr. President, I think there's something wrong there, Mr.
Yes,
President.
the territorial sea. We should refer to the adjacent belt of sea measured 12 nautical miles. That can be subjected to a refinement, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. President.
But of course, we agree. There's no question insofar as the territorial,
The extent.
yes,
Yes.
is concerned.
So the extent and is it the position of the sponsor that the territorial sea must also be claimed by the coastal state, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. Especially now, and I might be preempting the mind of the good minority leader, especially when we look at parts of the arbitral ruling, the 2016, because in that ruling, the Kalayaan Island Group shall have a territorial sea of its own, 12 nautical miles. And admittedly, the KIG is not part of the Philippine archipelago here, our baseline. So we will now be referring to another regime of islands, which is recognized by UNCLOS, and as I have mentioned a while ago, likewise mentioned in the arbitral ruling.
Isn't that, or aren't the maritime zones of the KIG, which we claim, covered by Section 2, Paragraph 2, page 1 of the bill, Mr. President?
Which states that
all other territories over which the Philippines has sovereignty or jurisdiction likewise have the respective maritime zones as appropriate.
yes, but specific to the features that I mentioned would be that the maritime zone that would be generated by the KIG will just be, as per the arbitral ruling, will just be the territorial sea, no contiguous zone, no exclusive economic zone. And that's also the same as Bajo de Masinloc, Mr. President.
So if that is not clear from Section 2, Paragraph 2, don't we need to make it clear in this maritime zones law, Mr. President?
Can I have that repeated?
Because the basic lesson taught to us by our sponsor is that the state must claim the maritime zones.
Yes.
Okay. So this bill covers the main Philippine archipelago,
Yes.
the maritime zones we are claiming. But
Yes.
but over the course of our interpellation, we mention Philippine territories,
Yes.
not falling within the archipelagic baselines.
Correct. And that would probably...
Don't we need to now anticipate and also claim the maritime zones for these territories, Mr. President?
The problem with the other territories, and now we're treading the grounds of portions of the interpellations last night, might implicate our Sabah claim. And we don't have yet, in this area, we don't have yet a defined baselines longitude, latitude configuration. But insofar as the other areas, like the ones I mentioned, specifically the Kalayaan Islands Group, this is covered by the arbitral ruling. That's why I have been saying that the mention of the arbitral ruling should be part of this legislation, because it will more or less define our rights under UNCLOS, as well as the rights we were able to claim by virtue of the 2016 Hague arbitral ruling. So it will clarify everything, Mr. President. So aside from the Kalayaan Island Group, when we speak of territories over which the Philippines has sovereignty, the territories would probably pertain to the Kalayaan Island Group, Bajo de Masinloc, and what was discussed last night, portions of North Borneo, Mr. President.
So why did we restrain ourselves in the drafting of the bill, Mr. President, and not just lift the entries in the arbitral ruling about the KIG and the Bajo de Masinloc, Mr.
We
President.
did mention the arbitral ruling.
No, not just a general mentioning of the ruling, but the specifics of the ruling, Mr. President. We could have reproduced it in the body of our bill, Mr. President.
It can be done, Mr. President, but as I have mentioned, we only refer to three: the KIG, Bajo de Masinloc, and North Borneo. No, unfortunately, North Borneo is not part of
Not of the ruling.
the arbitral
Yes,
ruling.
yes.
So we made a general statement here that it's in section 15, adherence to existing laws. Other rights, and I quote, other rights of the Philippines relative to its maritime zones and entitlement shall be exercised in accordance with UNCLOS, the awards rendered in the South China Sea arbitration. We even mentioned the case numbers and other pertinent laws and regulations of the Philippines and international law. When we say international law, we're now referring to customary international law, and that would cover North Borneo, Mr. President. That's section 15.
Yes, I see it, Mr. President. But no, as I understand it, that there are some elaboration of our maritime entitlements in the arbitral ruling,
Correct.
2016, concerning, as I get it from a sponsor, concerning KIG and Scarborough Shoal. So what would be the damage, Mr. President, if we get the details of our maritime entitlements per the ruling and then reproduce the entries in our bill, Mr. President, rather than a general referral to or reference to the arbitral ruling, and then parang by incorporation we are making part of the ilang pages ba yung arbitral ruling, the more than 200 pages, I think,
yes.
Mr. President.
I agree, Mr.
By
President.
incorporation, they will be deemed part of the law, Mr. President.
I agree,
And,
Mr. President.
I don't believe that each and every one of us has read the entirety of the ruling, Mr. President.
I agree, Mr. President. In fact, under Section 2, the bill mentioned the 2016 South China Sea arbitration. But if the good minority leader can propose an additional clarificatory provision here that would mention the victories gained, specifically the islands, mentioned, because as I mentioned during the previous debates, we won 97%.
Of our claims.
Yes. Yes, 3% na lang
Yeah.
yung hindi maliwanag. So, I agree if the gentleman can propose an amendment.
Yes, thank
To
you for that.
specify.
And if we exert such an effort, Mr. President, and make this extensive amendment of our bill, can we dispense with referring to the arbitral ruling in our bill?
There has got to be a basis for the reinforcement of our claim, considering that the regime of islands, which is part of UNCLOS, that's part 8 of UNCLOS, is not covered by this. It's in another area. It's another area. It's not covered by our archipelagic baselines. So if it would generate its own territorial sea as part of the arbitral ruling, and then if it would have its own distinction by virtue of Part 8 of UNCLOS, there's no harm in doing that. My only apprehension, Mr. President, is that there are still some administrative undertakings that would have to be done by NAMRIA. NAMRIA has to validate the status of each feature in the Kalayaan Island group, the longitude, the latitude, and it will take time for them, they can do that, of course, to determine whether a certain feature is of a high tide or low tide elevation. So, what this proposed legislation aims to attain is to have a general umbrella sans all of this detailed administrative work to be done. Hindi nga makapunta tayo minsan doon ng resupply. Di ba? So, baka doon magkaano yung validation. Although, may mga ano naman sila, meron silang sukat-sukat na. But I don't see any harm in including that,
Yes,
Mr. President.
yes, we will try to do it, Mr. President. And isn't there a law? Isn't there already a law which expresses the Philippine claim over the KIG, Mr. President?
There is, Mr.
So
President.
can we not also just cite that law, Mr. President? Like
There is
just
a-
as we cited the RA 9522 as the starting point, the baseline, we can cite that law, Mr. President. Did we cite it in the bill, Mr. President?
Yes, nandun po. And other pertinent laws and regulations of the Philippines.
But we could be more specific,
That's
Mr. President.
section 15 of the bill, Mr. President.
We could be more specific, Mr. President, siguro, because we will claim the maritime zones flowing out of that
Yes.
the territories claimed under that law, Mr. President.
Yes, but the main validating act would emanate from the arbitral ruling. That's yours. You have a territorial sea. That's yours. So no matter how we proclaim to the entire world by virtue of our domestic law that is ours, there has got to be acceptance by the United Nations, by the international community, by virtue of our entitlement under UNCLOS. And the arbitral ruling really gave us a big push insofar as our claims are concerned.
May we know, Mr. President, the page in the arbitral ruling where the tribunal granted, recognized territorial sovereignty over KIG? Because I thought the tribunal qualified its ruling as only referring to maritime entitlements, Mr. President, and it avoided territorial claims or disputes, Mr. President.
Can I have a minute suspension, Mr. President, so I can take a look at my notes, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, it would appear from the question of the minority leader that the KIG, the KIG's mention in the arbitral ruling, the gains gained through the arbitral ruling should be explicitly stated in the bill, Mr. President. I agree, because in one previous law, Presidential Decree 1596, the Kalayaan Island Group was specifically mentioned as part of the province of Palawan, including the latitude thereof. So if the line of thinking of the line of thinking of the minority leader to include the specific awards, because we will be in effect lifting from the arbitral ruling and converting it into several provisions in a domestic law. Would that be the tenor of the good gentleman's? Otherwise, there might be. Is the answer in the
Yes,
affirmative?
better to express in the law what our intention is, rather than referring to a 400-page document, and as if by incorporation they are made, all words therein are made part of the law. That's more dangerous. That's a more dangerous approach, Mr. President.
I agree, Mr. President. Wouldn't that mean that it is as if we are now venturing into a judicial recognition of a foreign judgment via legislative enactment? So I think there is also a way of having a one catch-all provision here that the Philippine legislature, the Philippine Congress recognizes now, and by virtue of this measure is implementing the foreign judgment, similar to the New York Convention, which speaks of a judicial recognition of a foreign judgment. So it is as if we are domesticating a foreign judgment as part of our legislation. Hindi po ba kasya yun doon sa ang dami kasi nun eh. Baka maging
Anyway,
voluminous itong ano natin.
We will stick to the subject matter of the bill, which is ito nga yung title
Maritime.
natin, an act declaring the maritime zones under the jurisdiction of the Republic of the Philippines. Kaya nga ang appeal ko, wag nating kalimutan yung other parts under the jurisdiction of the Republic of the Philippines. They may not belong to the main archipelago, but maybe there are territories of the Republic of the Philippines. We have to include include them.
I totally agree. That's in Section 2.
And claim, precisely, but if we
Yes.
can specify, Section 2, Paragraph 2 would be the catch-all, but as much as possible, if we know and can identify the territory, let's name the territory, put the legal basis, and then follow the procedure of our author that we claim the maritime zones. We also mention what of the 6 maritime zones recognized under UNCLOS are we claiming for the territory. So that would be the approach, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, in effect, we will elaborate in Section 8 the wins
Section 8.
in Section 8, because most of our wins are in the exclusive economic zone. So, in effect, we will have we will mention that the Mischief Reef, the the Ayungin Shoal is as part of our exclusive economic zones, and probably
Hindi po ba sila EEZ because of our
EEZ.
baselines?
EEC.
Yes, because
That's part of
we measure from our baseline. Pasok
Yes,
sila sa 200
pasok.
nautical miles. So,
But
that's
because
automatic.
the proposition of the good minority leader is to mention the gains, I might be misinterpreted by including the Kalayaan Island Group. Mas marami pa ho na pwedeng isama. Nabanggit ko yung Mischief Reef, nabanggit ko yung Ayungin Shoal, papunta na tayo dun sa Johnson Reef,
Mr. President,
Portero. Isa-isahin na ho natin.
hindi,
himayin natin.
kung pwede wag natin problemahin yung hindi problema, because are those na minimension po ng ating sponsor, do they generate maritime zones? They are part of our maritime zone. They do not generate maritime zones.
They are part of our exclusive
Correct.
economic zone.
Yes.
And are being used. Some are being used as artificial islands, and artificial islands is a major part of the UNCLOS to be used for scientific research purpose. Let me clarify this. Artificial islands, for instance, the Mischief Reef is an artificial island. So if it's part of our exclusive economic zone, we can say it's part of our entitlement, though not constructed by us. So they may not have their own territorial sea, contiguous zone, exclusive economic zone, but under international law, they have a 50 nautical miles safety zone. Iba naman usapan mo yun.
Because
Ayun po ang binigay ng UNCLOS.
a 50 nautical mile safety zone
Yes.
is given to
Artificial
what?
islands.
To artificial islands if they have been legally constructed, Mr. President. And we all know that who can construct artificial islands within the EEZ? That is the coastal state entitled to the
That's
EEZ.
another issue. That's
Yes, Mr.
another issue.
President.
So, kung babanggitin natin isa-isa, may mga kanya-kanyang features po na
That's Mr. President.
I might be mistaken. It's not 50,
I think
50
we
miles
can-
or
50 miles.
Oh,
Sige pa.
baka mali ako doon. It might be,
Apa.
but it generates its own, ang tawag po doon, safety zone. Safety. Doon
But
dadaong yung mga
let us not
barko.
recognize the entitlements of artificial islands which we claim to have been illegally constructed within our EEZ, Mr.
Sa-
President.
sa
I think
akin-
we can simplify, we can not overcomplicate the matter, Mr.
Hindi,
President.
sa akin po, kaya ako
Ang-
nabanggit ito for purposes of this recorded historical debates, kahit hindi po tayo ang nagpatayo noon, kahit hindi po iba yung nag-occupy noon, atin yon. Kahit hindi tayo nagbigay ng permiso, atin yon. And there might come a time na talaga magiging atin yon. Who knows, i-abandon nila yon.
Correct, Mr.
Who knows, i-turn over na lang sa atin.
Tama po.
Who knows, maging international sanctuary for shipwrecked fishermen. Hindi ho natin masabi.
Apo.
But just because we were not the ones who initiated the construction, doesn't mean na give up na natin. Hindi, atin pa rin yun. Atin pa rin yun. May mangyayari na atin din yun.
I don't think
We're not giving up.
one is proposing that we give up, Mr. President. Hindi ba the claim is there that reef is part of the Philippines EEZ. Unfortunately, another state constructed an artificial island, which will not change the nature of that feature, Mr. President. Tama po ba yan? That the feature retains its original feature.
Although they have destroyed the coral and marine ecosystem in the area, but atin pa rin yun.
And no one gives up the that square inch of
I was toying
feature,
with the
Mr.
idea
President.
of having a provision on illegally occupied islands shall remain under the sovereign jurisdiction of the Republic of the Philippines.
Is the position of His Honor, if the arbitral ruling is not mentioned in this bill, it loses its effectivity?
Para po.
Bakit po? That's already part of international
Para
maritime
po
law,
kasi
Mr. President.
si arbitral ruling ang nagbigay talaga ng liwanag at ngipin na ito yung tamang rehimen ng batas pandagat at kinilala ang karapatan ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Kung atin pong iwawaglit 'yon sa bahagi ng batas na ating binabalangkas, ay malaki pong kawalan. Kasi we're trying to claim our entitlement under UNCLOS, which has to be claimed. And I agree with the minority leader that it is the manner of claiming which fortifies our entitlement. But the arbitral award reinforced our claim. It gave substance to something which just came out of voluminous pleadings which we filed. It proved to the whole world and validated that this is part indeed of our exclusive economic zones, and we have rights over living and non-living minerals or matters beneath the surface of the sea. So, ang kininahon natin lahat yung binigay sa atin, ilagay natin sa batas kasi pag kinaligtaan natin yon, para namang nasayang po yung pagod natin lahat na ipaglalaban din ho natin tong Maritime Zone Law. Another state will try to negate this, similar to what other states and what we did with the 9-dash line. So ipaglalaban din natin ito. Ang nagpatibay sa atin, nagbigay ng muhon at braso ay yung arbitral ruling. So I think wala hong masama na hindi banggitin.
Sige po, baka pwedeng...
I was wrong. Safety zone, Mr. President, is just 500 meters.
500 meters.
It is allowed under 60, as Article
Sige po.
50 of UNCLOS, safety zone for artificial islands.
That's how much we trusted
500
you,
meters.
Your Excellency,
Kamali ho
Your
ako
Honor, that whatever
50 nautical miles.
figure you give us, we
Yes.
accept to be.
Pero I was correct. I was correct in mentioning the words safety zone.
Yes, thank you
Pero
for that.
mali ako. I'm sorry. 500 meters lang pala.
Thank you
oh.
po, thank you po, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, maybe we can pause here and then we can think over the two sides of the coin, whether it's best to incorporate the arbitral ruling in its entirety, word for word, by referring to it in a Philippine law, or is it safer to just claim the maritime entitlements of Philippine territory pursuant to UNCLOS? Because the position of this representation is this is a standalone bill or law that even without that arbitral ruling, it is the UNCLOS which we are using to make our maritime claims. And then the arbitral ruling has a life of its own. Part na po yan ng, is it part now of international law? Can we claim that, Mr. President?
Not
Yes,
just,
and is it final and unalterable already, Mr. President?
Yeah, I believe so, Mr. President.
Mr.
If we domesticate the scenario, the arbitral ruling would now form part of the jurisprudence of UNCLOS. So anytime you mention something about UNCLOS, you do not just refer to the Norway case, you do not just refer to the Volga case, you now refer to the Philippine arbitral ruling, the South China Sea arbitral ruling. So it has now formed part of international law because of acceptance. So the more we incorporate that, the more we strengthen international law, which would be in our favor. In our favor, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, my position is for as long as we are careful enough not to enact into law a principle or a fact contrary to the arbitral ruling, we should be careful not to do that, no? So that we can strengthen the ruling. But in my opinion, the safer thing to do is to exert effort and then put it in positive law, the wording that we want, Mr. President, and not just refer to the arbitral ruling. But at any rate, Mr. President, I think this will be thrown to the body to decide. So siguro we can ask for time to go over the issue, Mr. President.
I totally agree, Mr. President, because
Ganun na lang po, Mr. President.
this will be a landmark legislation, Mr. President.
So,
Totally agree.
In that spirit, Mr. President, maybe it's time for a break in the interpellation, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the sponsor and our minority leader. At this juncture, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2492. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2449. This is the bill on the organizational reforms in the Philippine National Police. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are still in the period of individual amendments, and with the consent of the body, I move again to recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, and to introduce individual amendments, no other than the chairperson of the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, Senator Pia Cayetano.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Those gentlemen and ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We only have one more item left for amendment on the part of this representation. Thus, I move to reconsider the amendment on page 15, line 27, with the permission of the sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President.
So I move to delete the entire paragraph, and on page, same, ibang page na. Because of the new draft, the paging has changed. So on page 11, after line 23, insert a new subsection J, which shall read as follows. J, Office of the Police Attaché. The office under the Directorate for Intelligence shall be composed of police attachés with the following functions. 1. Represent the PNP and the DILG before police and law enforcement agencies in foreign jurisdictions. 2. Network with police counterparts and law enforcement agencies of the host government. Intelligence exchange with local and foreign counterparts to combat terrorism and transnational crimes. 3, and then 4, social interaction with the diplomatic community as well as members of the international organization. 5, Mr. President, may I ask for a suspension?
Session suspended.
Interaction. Number 5, intelligence and counterintelligence initiatives. And 6, provide technical advice to the head of posts on matters pertaining to law enforcement and security. Next paragraph. Police attaché shall be assigned to the United States of America, China, France, Indonesia, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Thailand, and in such foreign jurisdictions with which the Philippines is in cooperation with on law enforcement, exchange of information, and on preventing and combating crimes, provided that these countries will be subject to periodic reviews every 3 years unless there would be a supervening event that would necessitate an earlier review. Next paragraph. Police attachés occupying the position of police officer and diplomat shall have the rank of police colonel, provided that the police attaché in Washington, District of Columbia, United States of America, shall have the rank of police brigadier general, provided further that police attaché shall have a maximum term of 3 years per post. We submit, Mr. President.
Senator Tolentino.
I may be allowed to interject, Mr. President. Would the term with the maximum term of 3 years mean that it can be 2 years? For the foreign posting in a major jurisdiction, could it mean if the ceiling is 3 years, could it mean after 1 year you can be recalled by Camp Crame?
Yes, Mr. President. If the Chief PNP find it necessary to remove you from that post for cause, Mr. President, you can be removed. But kung wala kang ginagawang atraso, you can reach up to 3 years. But after 3 years, mandatorily, you have to be removed because the maximum is only 3 years.
No, Mr. President. For instance, I am with the permission of Senator Pia, I'm a police brigadier general, 1 star. After 1 year, my class promotion is due, and I'm about to become a regional director of, for instance, Region 8, somewhere in Samar and Leyte. My classmates are now up for promotion pursuant to a Napolcom issuance, and I'm still there in my foreign posting with a 1-star rank. Could I opt to return to the Philippines and join my MISTA and be promoted, or could I be qualified to be a 2-star police general even though the law as crafted provides that a police attaché in a major jurisdiction posting will only have 1-star rank? Can I have a 2-star?
No, Mr. President. No, Mr. President.
So-
And going back to your first issue, the Chief PNP can recall you at any time if he feels that you are ready to assume higher post. You are already promotable to the next higher rank, then pwede kanya i-recall, Mr. President. Yung nilagay natin dyan na cap na 3 years, para naman hindi siya mababa doon kasi kung susubra pa ng 3 years, baka yung career niya, makalimutan niya na pulis pala siya. Baka isipin niya, diplomat na siya pag sumubra ng 3 years. So 3 years lang para ma-maintain pa rin niya yung mentality niya pagiging pulis.
I raised that point, Mr. President, because the permission of Senator Cayetano, most of the time, and I'm now referring to diplomats, you don't just go there alone. You bring with you your family. You bring with you your children. And presumably, when you're a 1-star police general, your children of school age would be either senior high school or early college. So the possibility of them graduating and finishing school within that 3-year span would be very slim. So ang tinatanong ko po, hindi siya pwedeng maging 2-star kahit dahil nandun ka.
No.
Kailangan bumalik ka.
No, because the position as provided by this act requires for 1-star general only.
Do you sign a contract? Is there a contract when you're posted abroad?
Meron yan, Mr. President.
Okay.
Meron silang kontrata with the may mga papel yan na pinipirmahan.
Wala na po siguro ako maitanong at nagtatap na ng fingers si Senator Pia.
Hindi naman.
So, I just want to
Meron lang
clarify those matters, Mr. President. Thank you for the
Thank you,
response.
thank you.
Actually, on a similar note, not similar, but on a related note, when I asked for a minute suspension, Mr. President, because a big part of the amendment I read is really the original version of the sponsor. So when I read the word social interaction, I asked my staff, are you sure that's the right terminology? Because it says one of their function is social interaction with the diplomatic community. To me, it doesn't sound so professional, social interaction. But according to my staff, Mr. President, that came from the resource person of the sponsors. So if it's okay with His Honor, I will not, I adopted it. That's not my amendment. I adopted it because kung sana pwedeng pagandahin pa yon kaysa sa social interaction lang, maganda sana. Kasi ang dating nga is similar to what His Honor said na baka nag-enjoy na sila ng buhay nila doon as a diplomat. Ayoko naman ho ng ganun ang dating sa kanila because most of them take their job seriously and will really do their job. Baka sabihin nagso-socialize lang doon.
Mr. President, social interaction is just a coined word with a deep meaning.
Baka pala infiltration pala yun, ano?
It may be
Yun
a
pala yun.
cover word, cover word,
Okay, sige.
cover word.
Okay. Understand, Mr. President. So, as I reiterate that this is our amendment, subject to style, Mr. President.
Therefore,
Mr. President, the amendment is properly and beautifully worded. So I accept wholeheartedly the amendment, Mr. President.
yes, thank you very much. Therefore, amendment is accepted and approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, another personal amendment from the sponsor on page 14, line 9, delete the word director and replace it with the word commander. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
That would be all, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my dear sponsor.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Mr. President. Mr. President, with no other individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2449, subject to style. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2449 is approved on second reading. Congratulations to our dear sponsor and the authors.
Thank you, Mr. President. We congratulate the distinguished gentleman from Davao and Bohol.
Mr. President,
Congratulations, Mr. President.
we are just working, Mr. President. We are working very hard for this country.
I
Yes.
am proud that I am working hand in hand, Mr. President, with the gentleman from Davao and Bohol. Not
Yes.
just working, but fighting for this institution, Mr. President.
Yes, and that we're doing our work. We're doing our work, so
Thank you, Mr.
congratulations.
President. Mr. President, with that, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2449. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
I have this. Mr. President,
Some admin matters, I think.
some admin matters, Mr. President. I've done this yesterday. Mr. President, in accordance to our rules, Rule 10, Section 18 of the Senate Rules, and upon the instruction of the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Code, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, may I manifest the creation of a subcommittee to hear RBH number 6 entitled "A Resolution of both Houses of Congress proposing amendments to certain economic provisions of the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines, particularly on Articles 12, 14, and 16, with Senator Sani Angara as chairperson. As a manifest, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the manifestation is duly noted and approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move, with the consent of the body and pursuant to Article 6, Section 17 of our Constitution, I move to elect the new members of the Senate Electoral Tribunal, Senator Nancy Binay, Vice Senator Rafi Tulfo, and Senator J.V. Ejercito, Vice this representation. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the enumerated members are hereby elected as the new members of the Senate Electoral Tribunal. Congratulations.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Tolentino, we're just about to adjourn. Yes, sir.
After conferring with the sponsor of the previous measure concerning the Police Reorganization Act, Mr. President, the sponsor agreed that the Senate President Pro Temp and this representation would also be co-authors of the measure previously approved on.
And if I
second
may
reading.
also have the honor to the sponsor to be a co-author and co-sponsor.
so as
I'm
this
author pala.
representation, Mr.
Oh, I'm
President.
already an author pala.
Mr.
I
President,
believe we're already an author.
the more the merrier. I'm okay with that, Mr. President. Thank you.
If the author doesn't want me to be part of it, Mr. President, I will.
No.
I'm okay, Mr. President, including the majority leader.
I'm just kidding. Mr. President, our Senate President
Yes,
Pro Tem is
just a
seeking the
question.
floor.
May I
Yes,
know the
madam.
status of the measure in the House of Representatives
It's already approved on third reading.
on third reading?
Passed on their trading already.
Very good. Okay. Congratulations then. It's just a matter of a few days.
Yeah, to
Thank
the
you.
men, to the men and women of the PNP that are here today, congratulations to you, gentlemen. Alam ko matagal nyo na itong pinaglalaban. May ilang taon na. So, by next week, third reading na po ito. So, congratulations.
Yung magbe-birthday ng February, Mr. President, ay parang umiikot ng puwit nila ngayon dahil inihintay ito. Baka ma-extend pa sila ng 1 year.
Tama.
Inihintay nila.
Yes, they'll be extended for sure. So, Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, February 5th, 2024. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the session is adjourned. On Monday, February 5th, at least natapos na yung January. We are now in February. February 5, 2024. There being no objection, motion is approved.